Hello, and we're live again. Welcome to the continuation of our development process of the Shopware Shopware front-end application based on Scandy PWA technologies. Let's see what I have accomplished in the last few days.
This is Yegors, by the way.
Yeah, this is me, by the way. I'm Yegors, and I will be today with you. So, First of all, let's see our authentication module that I've been working with for the past time. First of all, I want to make sure you see my screen. Yes, you do. Very good. So, in the authentication module, there is a lot of user-related stuff. The main guy out of all of the actors in this module is, of course, the authentication provider, which is a tool to log in and register some user. We will use this in the registration form that's already implemented here and the login form that's already implemented as well. And of course, we will need a guest customer in order to perform guest operations with cards. So we're gonna use the register function from here later on in order to implement this functionality. We have several API requests here. Of course, we have one for the registration, one for login. We have some information flow here. We fetch salutations and countries in order to provide their IDs to the Shopware endpoint. Salutation is somehow surprising for some people. Salutations, for example, Mr. and Mrs. or Miss, is configurable for each Shopware store and hence can be selected by ID in the application. We have also a context request, which is a tool to fetch the Shopware context with the current or the new one context token that's used in the registration and in many API calls as well. The part that's closely related to Mosaic is of course the plugin directory of this module, because here we have our integrations with the application around this module. Basically, here you can see that we inject the auth context provider in the app component in order for it to be available to all of the application. Of course, we also add an authentication page. As for now, maybe we will remove this later, but we still will have the form. Let's see the form. It looks like this. It's very basic. It allows to enter all the data that you need, but and it works for now, but it's not styled, and it won't be because we are not doing CSS within the scope of this project. Let's see what the authentication page consists of in the actual code. Of course, it just renders the login form and the registration form. Fine. Then we have the common props plugin that is going to provide countries and salutations to all of the Next.js pages available in the application. It looks like this. This is a rare notation that sometimes is used in order to provide several plugins for a single piece of functionality within a single plugin.js file. As you see, I didn't want to fetch countries and salutation within one function, so I divided this logic into two functions, and each of these functions is a plugin itself. And we provide them as an array where we would provide a single function otherwise, in order for both of them to modify the initial get common server-side props namespace member. And then we of course have the Shopware context provider here that's also injected in the app component into the app component, just as we did with the auth context here. One more directory that you may not so far be acknowledged with is a type directory. We use the type directory historically to store prop type declarations for the things that we do on front end. You see here that I have the countries type and salutations type. Of course, these prop type declarations are not complete, are not full, but we don't need them to be full so far in the application. As you see, it's very basic thing to use. We just import them from somewhere. For example, I believe we have them in the registration form component. Here, you see that we import them and use them right here. We basically only need the fields that we use, so I decided not to go further than that as for now. Maybe later we will complete them with all of the other fields of these entities, or we will switch to some kind of other typing system. We'll see. Let's not think about this for now. Basically, that's all I can tell about the Shopware auth module. Maybe the last thing, that the login page is declared in the package JSON here as each of the Next.js pages in the application. We put the login as the route to this page. As you see, login is also located here. And we put the server just because it gets the server-side props, as you remember from the common props function, from the common props plugin right here. That's it about the auth module. We will come back to that module in some time, but for now I am focusing on the cart functionality on the cart modules. Let's check what have I achieved as of now. So basically I have this module declared, I have it enabled, and I have an add to cart component rendered in the product component here. And the reason I want to render it there for now, maybe we'll switch to some other place later on, maybe to the product page, I'm not sure about that, but for now it's here, and it's here because from here it can access the product context. As you see, we have the set to cart container here, and of course we have the product provider here. And what I'm going to do is to implement the add to cart functionality first of all. In order to do that, I'm creating a context that's called cart context, and I'm creating a provider for that context. The functionality of this provider is as follows. It is able to create a new cart, and it is able to add an item to the cart. Of course, after doing these things, it receives a new updated cart here. I'm sure about that. I'm not sure about that here. Let's check that once again. Add items to cart. What do we receive in the response? We receive the updated cart. So yes, it is absolutely correct. And we update cart here and we update cart here, of course. Let's also be consistent and return the cart from here and return null from here to indicate that something went wrong. So for now, this kind of a mock-up for the functionality that I'm implementing, that's the entry point. Of course, it has a cart context provider, and with it renders this, it gets the context value, which consists of the function that I've mentioned in the cart itself. And of course, it renders the children underneath this component within the component tree of React. Let's see what else I should tell you about in this context. Maybe in the add to cart component, we have the add to cart container, of course, that's gonna handle the click on this button rendered by add to cart component. And this handler, of course, is going to, what it's gonna do in the cart provider. Let's compare this with this. So basically here we have create cart and add to cart. Add to cart creates the cart. No, I'm sorry. Create cart creates the cart, of course. And it's the only thing that it does. And add to cart adds some product to the cart, of course, converted to the cart item beforehand. We will see how it's done later on. And in the add to cart container on handle click, we check whether we have the cart token in our application, and if we don't, then we need to create a cart. An alternative solution to this would be to create a cart for each customer, each new customer that comes to the page, but it would severely pollute our database in some time, so I decided not to go this way and create the cart only when it's actually needed by someone. Of course, after the creation of the cart, I am going to add the item from the cart, and the item I am adding to the cart is actually a product that I'm getting from the product context implemented by Alexander. Hello, Alexander. So, what else can I tell you about? I have mentioned this, and yeah, that's basically the thing that converts the product to the cart item. It's not yet implemented completely. We'll see what we need to do additionally here later on. For now, let's proceed with our development. First of all, I of course need to recall where have I stopped. So, let's start with the cart creation here. And let's check that this request, this function actually works. If it works, I should see the cart in my context after I press add to cart in the add to cart component. For now, let's leave it the only thing that is getting done here in order for this not to fail without a reason. So, I hope that this won't make the application break. Very good. And now I am actually located at some product page. As you see, I'm at localhost port 3000. And then this URL is a URL of some product page. Hence, I have a product provider here, which stores my product within it. So here I see that I have a product. The product has an ID. The product has a lot of other fields that I may or may not use later on in my add to cart flow. And what can I do next? The next thing is, of course, the add to cart context. Shopware cart. It's called Shopware cart context, and it's present. It's not yet present, maybe. Probably it's not actually. Let's check the add to cart container. Yeah, we see that we have only the initial value of this context. Hence, the provider is not getting rendered in the current application. Let's render it in the current application. In order to do that, we need to create a plugin. This plugin adds the add to cart component to the application. Let's not mess with this one and create a new one. I will call it cart context plugin JS. What should this guy do? I want the cart to be available for the product page, but of course also I want it to be available to some other parts of the application that might need it later on, for example, to the header. Hence, I will render the provider in the root component of my application in order for it to be available. Let's see and do this as we have done with the auth context. So basically I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna insert it here. Of course we should modify this and we should modify this. Yeah, I'm used to creating the index.js file here and exporting the actual context from the context and exporting the provider from the provider. Default as cart context and default as cart provider. Very good. And then here we might import the card provider that we have just exported and set this. Oh my god, no. So this to the card provider, this to the card provider, and of course this is gonna be called card provider. And we should change this key. It's gonna be card provider key here, here, and here. Looks legit to me. Let's restart our application. What's wrong? I think we'll see this later if it persists. YS is my alias for yarn start, so you'll see this later in the development flow. Don't be surprised. And you might notice that I am launching my application in the Shopware PWA directory. That's just for my convenience. I have modified the main package JSON with the following command. I'm exploring. npm explore allows me to run this command in this package. So basically I say npm please find this package and execute this command there. I am exploring the blank theme where we are used to launching the start command, and then I'm launching there the start command, the def command actually, just because we are working of course with Next.js. Let's proceed. This should have been explained. What's wrong? Export default was not found in the card provider. Sometimes I forget to put the default exports where they should be. That's okay. Export default card provider. Did I put that in the context? Yes, I did. Very good. What's up? Compiled successfully. Do we see this page? Yes, we do. Very good. And now let's check whether we have our add to cart container. And we see that it actually has the Shopware cart here. Hello, Alexander. Say hi to our viewers. Today we're streaming with a camera.
Oh,
My web camera. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, they can't see it, but it's okay. Let's continue. So now we have our Shopware cart context available in our add to cart container. Of course, we see that we have an add to cart function here, the create cart, the create cart function here, and the cart itself. Very good. Now let's try to actually create the cart. So let's close everything that we don't currently need. And of course, you remember that upon the click on the add to cart button, this will get triggered, and hence the cart won't have a token as for now, and the cart will get created and stored in the context. For now, we see that the context does not have a cart. Let's click this button and hope for the best. Well, no. What's up? Cross-origin resource sharing error. Pre-flight disallowed redirect. I have no idea what that is. Let's Google it. Let's open this. Headers. Can I copy this from somewhere? No? Maybe it will become better if I clear my application cache. Let's reload this. And let's try again. Nah, it doesn't work. Cross-origin resource sharing error. Cross-origin resource sharing error. Pre-flight disallowed redirect. What's up? No, it's not talking about that. Let's put this into double quotes. No results. Why now? Did I forget something? I forget two symbols. This one and this one. Oh, yeah. Very good. It does not show my error. Okay, so yesterday I've been developing the application with my web security switched off just because we've been experiencing the cross-origin resource fetching issues before, and this was my way to fix them. Now I am going to do just the same, and let's see the command that I've been using for it. Of course, I need to disable web security from Mac. This one, and I need this one. Bless me. Let's switch it up for now. We need this. Oh, you see even the command that I've been launching yesterday. Very good. And now what do I have here? This looks like my development history from yesterday. Let's see. Can I? I can. Very good. The very big drawback of this, oh no, it has the components. Very good, very good. Let's try adding this to cart now. Will we have some kind of cross-origin resource fetching issues now? No. It makes me happy. But not to the end. What happened? This is a demo shop preview, blah blah blah, your shopping cart is empty. So I have created a cart. But it has returned an HTML web page to me. I was experiencing a JSON output. Where did I go wrong? What happened? I'm trying to find the content type here, text HTML, so that's kind of expected. Let's see the documentation once again. Developer Shopware docs. References. Is it 6? It says API, store API. And the thing I need to do now is to create a cart. This I don't need. Cart. Fetch or create a cart. So it's gonna be /store API /checkout /cart. Oh, I might know where the problem comes from. Yes, of course. So I need the store API here, /store API. And here /store API. All right. And now let's check once again what we have. Let's clear our application cache because something might have saved somewhere. I probably, by the way, won't be able to create one now because I don't have the context token as for now. Do I? Let's see. Application. Context token. Yeah, it's no. I won't open this. And let's try to add something to cart. What's up? Okay. And seems like it has created, but it has the token of no. So it's not quite the real life situation. We have a cart with a token null that every non-logged in customer will be able to access. For now, let's create a customer for each add to cart press. So my logic here is, in order to create a guest cart, we need to create a guest customer beforehand. I am going to save me some database space and check the performance later, and create the guest customer the same moment we are creating the cart. So basically, first of all, I'm going to this development flow, not this development flow, but this checkout flow. So if we don't have a cart, we are creating a cart. But first of all, if we don't have a customer, we should create a customer. How can I see whether we do or don't we have a customer. First of all, I'm going to need the auth context. Not from the relative path, but from the scanning PWA auth. This one. Very good. And I'm going to connect this context to my add to cart container. Then I want to use this here by display name in order to get the current token. Let's see how it's stored there. So currently, if we open that context, if we go here and we go to the auth provider or to the maybe some kind of Shopware auth provider, yes, value, we have nothing about of the login and register here. We should at least have a token when we log in. Let's try to log in and see what we have then. Localhost 3000, login. I have a very good test account here, this one. This one. I press continue, and now I want to see what happened to my application. Let's see in the application, do we have a context token? Of course, now we do. Hence, I expect to see this token somewhere in our auth context provider. Let's see. Value, nothing. That's very interesting. Auth consumer, login form, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so here, by the key of Shopware auth, we're not gonna see anything. Just because we don't save a token there. Of course we don't. But how should we check that we create a customer? The logic behind this was that we don't need this token anywhere in the application because it's used in the client, and in the client it is getting fetched, not fetched, but retrieved from the browser database, from the local storage. Now we see that we actually need this in order to determine whether the customer is logged in or not. Hence, let's go to the authentication context. And when we log in the provider, or when we register, we want to... Oh, we do that. We do that. Okay. We set the token to the state here, and we set the customer to the state here. Of course, I want the token to be accessible from this context anytime it has this token. Currently, we can't do that because in the getContextValue function, we don't have a token provided. Let's provide it. Let's say that the token is gonna be this dot state dot token. Why? What do you want from me? It probably wants me to do this. Return this. Bang. Oh my god. Okay, so I need to fetch the get the token from the state and then use it here below. Very good. I beg your pardon, I will be absent for like 30 seconds. If you will be willing to wait for me, I will be very grateful. Welcome back to our stream. The blooming has started in Latvia, and that's a problem for me because I'm allergic, so I need to cope with that from time to time, and I will need to do that in the future. Thank you for understanding. Let's proceed our development. So in the context, we have added the token, and we are going to use this token. But first of all, let's see. We set the customer here. I expect the customer to have a token. Let's see whether I'm right. So here I need to go to the login and registration, register a customer. Let's see the response. Let's see the response. No, it's request, and this is a response, and I want to see a token here. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, and I do not see a token so far. I do not see one. Interesting. Interesting. It should come with the headers though. Let's make sure that the registration does not give us a token. Let's clear the application. Let's clear it. And let's register. So my name is, as you see, I have registered quite some people. 1, 2, 3. No, let's go 1 at 1.1. That should do. Okay, let's open the network and see whether our registration returns us a token. Do we see something that looks like a token? Basically, no. I see the group ID, but I doubt that it's the thing. I see the sales channel. It's not the thing. Salutation, extensions. Nope. Addresses, of course not. Let's see the headers, response headers. And here we have the SW context token that we are saving into our browser database when we perform the registration. So after the registration, of course, I want to have this token in my auth provider. Let's get it. Let's get it. So we set the customer here, and also I want to have the token. Let's get it. Browser database gets imported properly. I need to get item, and the key of this item is stored somewhere. I think it's stored somewhere here. Context token key. Very good. Will it get automatically imported? Very good. Get item. So we get the token. And then we set this to the state. Hence, now we're in the situation that where if we have the context token in our application, which means that we're logged in, we will also have it always in our auth provider context. Let's commit this because it's not related to what I'm implementing right now. In the auth provider, this one is at to-dos, and the auth provider is always have context token stored in auth provider. Very good. What's this one? This one enables the card. Okay, it's directly related to the card. Let's leave it for now. Here is the place that we stopped. We need the token to understand whether we are logged in. And if, oh my god, I could have done it the easier way, but let's not think about that for now. So if we are not logged in and we try to add something to the cart, we should create a customer. And that's what we also need from the auth context. From the auth context, let's use the registration function in order to ensure that we have a customer. Auth context provider here. We take the register from here. Token, register, token. If not token, that we need to register. The registration function accepts the form data of the registration form. But for the guest customer, I believe we don't need to have any of that. I believe that the guest customer should be registered just as the regular one, but let's make sure that it actually does. Request body. Here we should have a guest boolean indicator. Oh, very good. If set, we'll create a guest customer. Guest customers can reuse an email address and don't need a password. Don't need a password. Can reuse an email address. Can we create a guest customer without an email address? That's interesting. Okay, let's try. Let's try to call this function without actually putting any data in the form. It might break on the JavaScript level. Let's ensure it does not. In the auth provider, we call this and we destructure some stuff from there. Then we construct a billing address from the data we have received from the form, and we provide the customer information as all of the fields that are not located in the billing address. Good. So if the form data is empty, this won't break, and this won't break, but it will provide this with this value equal to undefined. Maybe it will break on the API level. But for now, the only field that I'm gonna provide to the form data is guest. And I'm gonna set that to true in order to attempt to create a guest customer. Let's try this. So this should create a guest customer. And let's console log that to see what we have. For now, let's not create a card for it. This I don't need. This I do need. Let's create the application. Let's clear the application cache in order to ensure that we are not logged in. Restart the app. See the network. What's up? Cannot fetch the fav icon. Okay, not a problem. You see that we fetch a context here. It's expected. I think it's very small for you. Let me magnify this a bit. Yeah, this should be better. So we add to cart and we go and try to register, which fails. Is blank error. The email should not be blank. The first name should not be blank. Salutation ID should not be blank. But I'm trying to create a guest customer. How should I do that? Maybe I understand the cart flow incorrectly. Let's see how the cart should be created for the guest. Use to fetch the current cart or create a new one. The name of the cart, blah blah blah. Maybe here we should put a guest boolean and not register a guest beforehand. No, I don't see this here. Token name, API alias. So here we need a context token, hence we should have one. Hence we should have a guest user. Makes sense for me. And here name of the card, for example, guest card. What should that mean? Guest card. Let's see. Shopware create guest card. Create the customer accounts for guests. Card settings. Seems like no information from the community about this. Crowd settings, blah blah blah, delivery time, allow cancellations, order completion, wish list, not helpful. Alright. Alright. So we need a guest customer. Let's assume for now that we need a guest customer. And let's create a guest customer in order to create a guest card. Here we have customer registration. Maybe we have some other thing from a guest for a guest customer. So we have register, logout, confirm, fetch registration settings. What's this? Display rows, custom fields, active title, introduction, blah blah blah. Does not seem helpful for me in the context of this workflow. Payment, shipping, payment method, others. Others? Nah, I doubt it. Card, product, category, address, sitemap, profile. Profile maybe? No. Use later, system and context. No. Order? No. Quick start maybe, register a customer. Let's see what they do here. Register a customer. Let's look for guest. Guest customers are one-time customers which simply place an order without creating an account. Technically, guest customers have to be registered as well. However, the record will just be created for technical reasons. Just pass the guest through to the register request in order to create a guest customer. The rest of the flow will be the same as for a normal registration. Just be aware that for guest customers, you can't re-obtain a valid session once they've been logged out. The double opt-in procedure described above is the same, blah blah blah. So I am quite confused here. In order to create a guest customer, I actually need to provide a name for him. The first name, the last name, the email, everything that I need for the regular customer, I need for the guest customer. Do I? Here is login. The response from the login. But I'm lost here. It seems like I understand this incorrectly, but there is a chance that I actually understand this correctly, and I actually need to provide some fake data here. Why? No idea. Shouldn't work like it, right? Search for products. No. Maybe we have some other examples we can look at. Doesn't seem like it. Maybe in card context we will see something about the guest card. Let's look for guest here. Checkout order creating an order from the cart can be used. You will need items in the cart and you will need to be logged in order to create an order. This also applies to anonymous orders when the customer has to register as a guest customer before the order is created. So we definitely need to have a guest customer beforehand. And this is the tutorial on how to make it. And it says that we should put name and surname for the guest customer. Alright, let's do that. So here I have guest, true. Then I need this, probably. Probably I need this. And then I will need, of course, all of the data about the customer as a person, and that's, of course, this. Street, zip code, country, city. Let's do it. Street. Fake street. Zip code. Fake zip code. Country ID. 0. But probably it won't work just because we need an actual country ID here. I hope that we don't, but let's see. City, fake city. No, 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 no. I'm doing something very wrong. This should be located here. And customer. Here it's not shown, but let's see what we have in the form. In the auth. I'm sorry. And now I'm back. Let's see which fields does the customer have here. Maybe we will see them here as well. Registering a customer, registering a customer, register a customer. So, all of this is required. I assume that all of this actually is required for the guest customer as well. Reuse an email address, don't need a passport. Oh my god, unless guest is true. Has to be unique. Okay, required unless guest is true. So we don't need a password. But we do need this. We do need this. And we do need everything else. Alright. So, email has to be unique unless it's true. Then we put email guest at example.com. Then we need a password. That's not required. We don't need it. Salutation ID. We need it here, so let's fetch it. Let's retrieve it from our Shopware context. We get this one from here, and we also have another context, Shopware context, here, and we should be able to get the context from there, connected to this, and use it here in order to retrieve salutations. And let's just use any of the salutations. So salutation ID, the first salutation.id. Then what we need, first name, last name. Very good. First name guest, last name guests, accepted data protection. I believe I don't pass it in my actual logic about the non-guest customers, so I won't do that here. This one is set in the another place. And okay, that should be enough. Let's try to perform the fetch. Let's actually move this out of here. Maybe let's move it into the register function, into the register context. So here in the auth context, in the auth provider, I'm gonna modify this function, and I'm going to put another flag here, which is gonna be guest, and it's gonna be false by default. Then I am going to move all of this data all of this data here into the auth provider. Sportcast fake guest data. And I'm gonna have an object consisting of this. It uses a salutation, then it cannot be constant. Okay, let's say that it should be get fake guest data. It will be a function that accepts a salutation ID and country ID and returns like something. What's up? Provide a namespace. All right. Salutation ID will be provided here. Country ID will be provided also here. Okay. Okay. Then here we are going to register as guest. Well, actually, let's not have an additional flag in there. And let's just check whether it's set here. So here we will have another field that says guest. We'll destructure this and we'll pass this here to the request. But beforehand, we set this and this. And let's say that if we have a guest user, then we should get the fake guest data. Otherwise, we should do nothing here. So basically, if we have a guest user, then it will destructure this into our body of the request for the registration. Otherwise, it will destructure nothing into the body of this request, and we will not see any change whatsoever. Get fake guest data is a thing that should be launched on the country ID and salutation ID. Hence, we need to connect this provider to another context. Let's do this by using our with higher order component. No, not with higher order component, but with contexts. This is our provider, and we want to use the Shopware. No, oh no, we don't have it in the context so far. So now we will need to move. It actually is in my backlog, but the problem that we are seeing right now is that we cannot access neither countries nor salutations directly from any context of the application, just because it is injected into the common props as we have agreed upon with Alfred yesterday. And because of that, it is not available from our auth provider. Let's make it available from our auth provider. Let's make it available to our auth provider by moving this data into our contexts. So, in order to do that, we need to modify this Shopware auth. Let's call it just auth. Now I'm the only one that prefixes these modules, and let's call this. Actually, no, let's leave it for now because it will produce a lot of changes. I don't want to mess with this right now. So we have our Shopware auth module, in which in plugin we have a common props plugin.js that populates our common server-side props and adds countries and salutations to this namespace. What I want to get achieved is I want these props added not to the common server-side props, but to some context when the application is initialized. I still want these guys to be fetched from the Next.js because I want them to be cached with the pages, but I want I want them to get stored into some context when the application is initialized on the client side. In order to do that, I might use one of the contexts that are already present in the application. It's called next page provider. Here I have it. And you see that it basically does not have anything. And it acts as a provider. It is located in the framework package. It has a context, it has a provider. And I can modify this get context value in order to add something else to it. So let's do that. Here, instead of plugging into pages slash get common server side props namespace, I'm gonna plug into this namespace. And I'm going to modify a member function get context value of this namespace. So I'm gonna here write member function get context value. And here I'm gonna have these two guys so that they modify that context value. What happens here? Let's see. This is a function. This is a function. So here we have args, here we have callback. We destructure props from that function. It actually provides some props. Very good. We destructure that and we modify it with our data. So now we have this injected into our next page provider on the client side as well. Now we need to wrap our pages with this next page provider. Actually, that's an inconvenience that we are about to resolve in the future versions of Mosaic. We are going to have some global context for each of the pages, and it's gonna be as convenient as having the common server side props, so that you will be able to add any context globally for like everything, not directly into the app component, but maybe somehow else. You will be able to store the global variables, the global state if you need one, for example, for the store configurations, etc., etc., etc. It's gonna be resolved in the future in some other way, but for now we will use this approach to implement the functionality I am talking about. All right. So we are using these values in our authentication flow. So, of course, let's call this next page context context.plugin.js. Smells like cigarettes in here. Interesting. Why? Let's restart our application. Of course, it has something wrong now. Let's fix everything that we know about and see what the application will show us next. So in the auth provider, let's start from the very beginning. When we inject the page, the registration page, the authentication page into the application, we do this. We take the props and pass them further on because they're the server-side props that we need here. Well, we have just removed all of the server-side props that we've had in this page. Let's remove this as well because it does not actually do anything and is some kind of extra code. In the authentication page itself, we are going to have a container that is going to connect to a context that is going to provide both countries and salutation for the authentication page component here. Let's do that. Well, let's actually take some... I am creating everything manually because I'm not aware whether this Candy PWA CLI works good with the Mosaic setups. I remember working on that some time ago, but let's check that. com/scandpwa/create scandpwa app. Let's see, we have some pull requests here. We have some issues. Nothing related to Mosaic. Yeah? Seems like no. let's see. I remember that we have the Scandi 2, which allows Mosaic, but Scandi PWA CLI has been last modified on 30th of March. And I don't see anything about Mosaic. That's a shame. That's a shame that I have not managed yet to take a look at this. That's a shame. Let's proceed without that for now, but hopefully this will get fixed later on. So, where have we stopped? We are going to copy this container, for example. Yes, it suits our needs. Authentication page container JS. We don't need this. Auth context, we don't need this, probably. Let's see later. So, this is not needed. Container functions are not needed. This is not needed as well. Container props are needed, but they will look differently. Handle change is not needed as well. Handle submit is not needed as well, because we're not gonna submit anything. Here we have this. And the context we were going to modify, not modify, but to add here. Oh, I'm sorry. I have something very wrong here. So no, with Hawk, this is gonna be the yes, it's correct. Okay, this and this is not gonna be registration component, it's gonna be the authentication page component. Authentication page component from this here. And instead of the auth context, we're gonna have the next page context, right? Where did we have it? We had it in the framework context next page provider. So, Scandi PWA framework SRC context next page provider. Next page provider is the one that we import from here and inject in here. And no, not the provider. I'm sorry. We need the next page context. Next page context here. And we need then to have the provider rendered in our application. How can we do that? We can do that. Actually, we can do that in framework because it's a next page context and it's always rendered. But it can interfere with the other plugins. As I have mentioned before, we're gonna solve it some other way later on. But for now, let's wrap the page into this component manually just where we are using that. And this place, of course, is our plugin directory here, authentication page. We are going to have the next page context provider and next page provider here. And within this, we're gonna have our authentication page. I'm sorry for a moment. We are gonna have our authentication page here. And we have the next page provider so that the authentication page can connect to that. Of course, here in the container props, we're not gonna retrieve the salutations and the countries from our props. We're gonna retrieve them from the next page context. So here we're gonna set the display name, and here we are gonna do this. So we are retrieving the salutations and the countries from the next page context and passing them to the authentication page component. Of course, in order for this container to take action, to take impact on our application, we need to replace this export of the component with the export of the container. Is it? Yes. Okay. Let's see what we have now. Actually, here, this place is not the best to see what we have. Product of undefined in the product page component. I did not expect that, but let's leave it for now and see what happens to our login page. We don't have anything Y. We don't have any salutations. Registration form container.js, add component.mount. We do the salutations 0.id. So. I understand why that happens. In the registration form, we have, let's see the registration form. In the component, we have several drop-down menus. For example, this one, and for example, this one. And we have some logic in the registration form container here that breaks everything now. Because when the component mounts, we trigger manually change events on the salutation ID and the country ID just in order for them to have some values initially. Let's try to get rid of this logic. So I'll just comment that out for now because I didn't like it anyway, and we'll try to solve this in some other more stable way. Let's see what we have here. In next page provider, the props is marked as required, but its value is undefined. Why so? Next page provider. Let's see how it's used everywhere. I thought that it's just a simple context. Next page provider. So in the SEO URL plugin JS, we have this used. And we see that it's used as follows. Add render SEO URL entity page. We plug into some page. Interesting, what's this? But okay. Do we have this as a value somewhere? SEO page info. Interesting. But okay. So we plug into here and we treat this as a component. We receive some props from it. We don't receive the original component though. And we render the next page provider with some props that we have received here. So basically, we need to leave the server-side props logic. We need to get these props from the server side, and we need to inject them into the next page provider manually when the next page provider is rendered. All right, let's do that, I suppose. So I leave this for an example. Can I pin it? I can. Registration form irrelevant for now. Registration component irrelevant for now. Let's see our plugin that actually renders this page. So we have the authentication page plugin here, which renders the page. Good. And we have the next page context here, which, as we have just understood, should not be the next page context. It should be the common props. Let's return this file and let's revert this one. So now we have the common props plugin. Of course, let's restart the application. That's one more thing that we need to get solved sooner or later. Will you? Okay. Now we inject this into our common server-side props. And because we inject that into our common server-side props, we will have this as props in here. And we need to set that in here. Looks legit. No, of course not in here. Here. Looks legit. Let's see what we have. Some kind of a working page, seems like, but we don't have the salutations and we don't have the countries. Why don't we have them? Let's check our next page provider. Probably no. Let's see here in the components, what do we actually have in our next page provider. Next page provider props. We do have the countries and we do have the salutations. All right, let's see how we get them. Oh, we don't probably get them here. Authentication page container. So here in next page context, let's see the authentication page container. Next page props. Okay, so all right, we have the props, and in the props we have countries and salutations. Very interesting, but all right, let's do this. Props. Okay, and let's see what do we have. Authentication page, next page props, country, salutations. Now we do have this. And let's see whether we need to do something else to this form in terms of what I have removed, the initial state management. We will go to the registration form container, and on handle submit event, we will just log the state. All right, or no, I think we can just see it now. Oh yes, I have understood the initial issue. So basically here we have this registration form component, registration form container. The state of this form is actually stored in the container. So it's a controlled component which is controlled by the container. The container also implements the onChange method in order for the component to trigger that method on every field when they are changed. But as we see, so far, no field has been changed. And maybe that's a problem. Basically, we want here to have our salutation in the state before everything else. Maybe this will work still. I still don't like this piece of code, but maybe it will work now. Just because we still have the countries and the salutations. Let's see, we have the login form, we have the registration form container here. It has a state and it has a country ID and a salutation ID. Very good. So, what have we achieved with all of this? We have moved the countries and the salutations to one global context that's called next page context. And we have done that in order to be able to access these values in our cart module, because we still, not only actually in the cart module, but in any module where we require using salutations and countries, we have achieved this. Let's commit this. So here we see that our authentication page has changed in the following way. It has a container now. Oh my god, no, I don't want to revert anything. In the auth provider, we have not finished our business yet. Very good. Let's finish our business in the auth and then proceed to the cart. In the auth provider is the place that we're interested in. So in the auth provider, we want to access the next page context. In order to do that, we need to declare that here below. Next page context. Very good. And here we need to from this context, display name, to get some very important stuff. We need to, from the props, we need to get the countries and salutations. And of course here in the get fake guest data, where we should pass the salutation ID and the country ID, we should pass the, what was the first one? Salutation ID. So the salutations 0.id and countries 0.id. Very good. Let's split this so that it's more readable. Okay, like this, like this, like this. Maybe even more so that it's more visible. Okay. This should work. So if we have a guest customer, that we ignore all of this data and we generate some fake guest data from this object by passing a salutation ID and a country ID to that object. Seems legit to me. Let's see whether this works or no. I believe that we can unpin and remove this now. And we can try to press the add to cart button once again and see whether it is able to register us or no. Let's see into the add cart provider. So when we... Where was I implementing this? Create cart. It just creates a cart. Add to cart. Just adds to cart. Probably in the add to cart container. Yes. So here I expect this to register a guest user for me. And then to log this customer, and then we will just return from this function in order not to do anything else yet. Let's see whether it works. So for now, we should not have any token, right? Let's see. In the application, we will clear the site data, and then we will visit this URL and hope that it got fixed. Very good. Let's see our local storage. It has no context token so far. And let's go to our network and press the add to cart button. Something very bad has happened. Okay. Cannot read property 0 of undefined. Alright, let's see what we receive from our context here. We have expected to receive the salutations and the countries from the next page context.display name. Maybe if we search for that in the authentication page, we will see something else. Display name, props, salutations. Here, display name, props, salutations from the props. Why doesn't it work? Probably because we don't have our next page context rendered above our product page. So let's provide this. In our product page, which exact component do we use for the product page? Let's see this. Let's see this. Components. This one, product component. Maybe this one we need. Maybe this one we need. Yeah, product page component looks fine for me. Let's render it. Well, basically it's a route. I'm not aware how these redirects work for now in this application, but probably I'm about to find out now. So, we have this SEO URL module that renders some next page provider. So it is on the page, does it? Isn't it? Next page provider. Yes, it is. And what's up with you? Product SEO URL. Doesn't my plugin work? Maybe I have not restarted something. Maybe I have not restarted something. What now? In the props, we have the product and the SEO URL. Next page props. So we have this provider here above everything. And we have our consumer here above. Well, the provider is below everything and the consumer is above the provider. I'm not quite sure how this is intended to work for now, but apparently our auth context renders above the next page props context. And that's why everything is not working as expected. What can we do in order to solve this? We can either move the next page props context up, or we can move the next page props consumer down, or we can use another context in order to store our countries and salutations. Let's think about that for a moment. So, we have our provider here, and then we have the product container, product provider, category context, and finally our add to cart. The add to cart is trying to register a user and it triggers something from the Shopware auth context. When it does so, the Shopware auth context tries to access something from the next page props context, which is not as high above everything as we expect it to be. Maybe we should unify this logic somehow in order for this to be a consistent approach right now. Maybe we should render the next page props context every time in our application, just on the level of plugins, not on the level of templates, not to modify the Next.js. I have so many ideas and it's hard for me to estimate which one is the best one. Let's think. Which would be the easiest one so that we don't waste any time on fixing the global issues and proceed with implementing the application itself? It would be moving this context up. And of course, this context, when moved up, where should we move it? Well, what actually renders the page? The page is within the what? I'm confused. What of the all of this is the actual page? Let's see the login, which is the much easier example. So here we have some components. Here we have our authentication page. And when we add this to our Next.js pages, right before it, we render the next page provider. Here the situation is different. The situation is different in a sense that we cannot do that. We add to cart to the lowest point of our application, but we add the auth context to the highest point of our application. Hence, we should add the next page props to the highest point as well. How can we achieve this and where can we put it? What out of all of this is a page? We have a product component, we have a category context, we have a product provider. All of these guys are contexts. Product container, product page component here, and above it we have the next page provider, which makes perfect sense. But the consumer, along with the authentication context and authentication context provider, is not rendered here. It's rendered right into the app component. So I think this is a great opportunity to implement an abstraction above all of these issues. And I should not hesitate and do that. So the problem is the following. When we have global context, we cannot control in which order they are being rendered. We have, for example, our auth context that is rendered right in our app component. And we have the next page props context that is rendered manually in our router. And because our router renders stuff below, does it render our stuff? Does the router render stuff below app? So we have an app and we have where is it? And we have the authentication page only here. We have app here. The question is, where's the app rendered? Let's see. CMS, no, framework, SRC, component app, plugin app page. Probably at some point it has been the auth context. So app, and then we render the component. Pages underscore app page. We accept the component and the page props from the props. And we render everything within the app component. Hence, if we inject this Next.js context into the app component always, we will have it always in the app component. And this will solve our issue. Will it solve any other issues? The similar ones only. Okay, let's do that for now. For now, let's do that. Actually, I am located here. I'm located now. I have no control. All right. So maybe we should render this context here always and inject the props into it by demand. Let's write my thoughts down. Somehow I find this confusing. So, the first thing, ideas. The first thing is render the Next.js context within the app component. so that it always appears on the page. What it brings inject it automatically into the app component via plugins. It should always be the topmost context in the application. Should it? It should be right above the app component, because it is not dependent on any other context. The only stuff that is getting injected in here come from the Next.js server-side props. All right. So inject props into it manually, not pass from above. So this brings us to the idea of directly modifying the context value from the plugins, which is kind of not the good thing to do. Let's see how we can implement that in a better way. So if the context value here, well, what's up? What's a context provider from util context? Come on, context provider returns, well, it renders a provider with this value and these children. It has get context value, which is empty. Looks good. I didn't know this existed. I should have used that throughout my development flow. Okay, now I know. Get context value here is the function that we want to modify before it's getting called, because we want it to be, well, here we create a context provider, we render it, and we pass some value to it by this.get context value. And at this point, when this is triggered, I want this to be a completely another function which provides the plugins I have fetched from the server. So the stuff I have fetched from the server will come into my page. Where can I see an example of that? Let's open this and let's see our actual pages. So we have this login page. We have this server-side props here that are passed to the page itself by the Next.js framework. And when this is done, these props are accessible in the page. So these props are gonna be accessible in all of the plugins. For example, in the plugin that adds our authentication page. Let's see a specific example here. Authentication page plugin. We want to take these props and to eject them manually into the next page provider. Oh, maybe we can do something like this. We can grab the template in our Mosaic Next.js scripts, in the pages or in the build. In lib template server. We're gonna grab this one and we are going to accept something here. I'm not sure how the default Next.js behavior handles that, but for now it seems like this is a function that accepts a prop. So this is just a component that accepts some props from the Next.js. And here we are going to render the next page provider and put something within it. Hence, when we replace the page, no, we don't want that. We don't want this to be modifiable. We want this to always be in the application. So basically what we want to do is we want to return a function that will always put an Next.js provider around our page. Something like this. I will think it through, but for now, I'm going to take a short break in order to order some food. Stay updated, I will be back in like 5 minutes and we will proceed from the exact point that I am taking off now. Thank you for being with me, and I will see you a little bit later. Welcome back to our development logs. And let's proceed solving the issue that we've been experiencing with the next page provider not being the main provider of the web page. So what I am doing here is I'm gonna... Oh my god, I'm hearing myself. I need to switch the sound off here. Okay. So as you see, I'm currently modifying the template so that we have a next page provider which accepts the props that are passed to the page from the Next.js side, and it sets them into the next page provider, and also kind of passes them to the page, right? Let's do this. So that we have these props both in the page component itself, as we expect them to see, but also stored in the next page provider here. In order for these changes to get applied to my application, I need to restore it, of course, so that all of the pages in the build directory are regenerated once again. I am gonna make sure that they're regenerated properly by viewing the page directory and, for example, our login page. Yes, now we see that it has a next page provider. So now this doesn't break, although it has two next page providers. Probably the lower one overrides the higher one for a lot of things. Let's be sure of that. Next page provider. Yeah, we have two of them, you see. We have one in the layout and we have one here. What do we have in our product page? Next page provider. Still, something is very wrong here. Something is very wrong here. Maybe I'm misunderstanding how the app component works in the Next.js setups. Let's see how it gets rendered. So we need the framework src app component, but the place which renders it is of course the app page. And yes, it renders it there. Okay, let's, for now, should I decide on this? What should I decide on this? We saw stuff that adds SEO data to that global context. Let's take a look at that again. Next page provider. For example, this one. And it renders this thing within this provider. And it actually overrides the props that we have above this context. This idea of mine that I'm implementing right now is how I see the next page provider should work. If it's called page provider, it should provide all of the props of the specific page we're currently looking at. And for now, I see that it does not do that. In order for it to do that, it should be rendered globally for all of the pages. And in order to do that, we will need to remove it from everywhere, and we will need to pass props to it via plugins or via some other specific methods. So let's think about it. This one guy is the guy that handles all of these pages. So we and add some entity page, we add some props. We add some entity page, and here we render the provider. The provider is gonna be rendered anyway. You know what? Let's actually, it will work like this for now. At least I expect it to work like this for now. Next page provider. And still we have our next page provider very much below the app container. Let's see. It's explainable because our authentication page, no, our, let's create a plugin that's gonna inject this into everywhere. We will go to the framework, go to the plugin and the app page. It renders the app, but above the app I wanted to render the next page provider. So let's do it. Next page provider. Here. And we have an app component within it. Very good. But here we need some props. And probably these are the ones that we need. Okay. Okay. Like this. Oh my god, what am I doing? I'm too hungry to think about things. And this one is the one I need to wrap. Alright. Very good. What is up? I don't care. So here everything works properly as we'd expect it to. Here the next page provider is the actual next page provider. Let's see where it is used. It's no longer used here. In the authentication page we don't need it as well. Let's say like this. What do you want? You know that this is the correct place to do this. Or no? Do we need something in here? No, we actually don't. So we can basically leave this and this. And we don't need this anymore here. And then in the server.js, we don't need this anymore as well. So we can just roll this all back. Export default page is what we've had before, and that's what we'll have further on. Page. Then here, how is it used? It's generated. This one is also generated. And this one is the provider itself. So basically for now, we have this provider that we're going to render in every app components instance. And that's what this plugin is going to do. Very good. Let's test our brand new functionality. Let's test it. And let's see where do we have our next page component and whether the application breaks. Of course it does. Why? Why do you do this? So element type is invalid, expected a string or a class function but got undefined. You likely forgot to export your component from the file it's defined in, or you might have mixed up default and named imports. Very bad. Get initial props in the document. Okay. That's a shame. Prop. Maybe this will help. I see that this might be an issue. No. And we actually render the component. Render app. And it's not a provider, it's just app. Basically for now, I am going to perform the process of transitioning the stream to Alexander if he is ready, because I'm gonna take a break soon and hopefully get back to you with a solution to this issue. I know that you've came for the development of Shopware, and development of Mosaic might not raise interest in you. Alexander,
Yes.
are you ready to take over the stream?
Yeah, pretty much.
Very good. Which actions from my side do you need in order to do that? I might stop streaming right now so that you are able to start streaming from your side. Are you ready to do that?
Sure.
Very good. Then I'm stopping the stream for now, and I hope to see you, my favorite viewer, later on.
How is the sound test on the stream? Also, I need to adjust my video, not this one. Here we go. Now, as you can see, my camera is down there, so you'll be seeing my hands all the time, I guess. Okay. How big should I be? I like this. Okay, so what I was working on is these beautiful types for my product API response that we can get right there. Yes. So basically I just copied all of this and put it into the plugin that transforms JSON to the type declaration. So I had to adjust some typings, but overall it looks okay for now. Yes. Let's delete this. Done. Okay. Come here. I have a second screen, right. I can put the stream and OBS, but first I need to adjust my put device, probably rotated, yes, and put it up there. Everything is gone. Oh no. Come back. Come back. What happened? What is wrong with you? Move. Move. There. Okay, we are back at the proper state of the screen. Like this, and close this. Boom. Nice. So what I was doing, yeah, right, so I need to write some UI for the products, because if we open a package blank theme, install dependencies, and then run def and open the browser on the correct window, we will see that when we are requesting our product, there is nothing, which is not good. If we open components, we will see our product page, our product provider, so every data is there, but we don't have a UI, which I was supposed to be doing right now. So we can have a product title, price, media, reviews, description, and etc. So this is what I will be doing then. What is there? There's nothing. And I guess we will put it here. Let me see what is already done there. Так. This was done by Alfred. SEO landing is in another branch. Okay. Now, category entity page. Yes. So what we need to do now is... Very good question. We have a layout plugin. Okay, let's make another module then and call it a product UI. Not there, but there. Product UI. Let's copy our package JSON. I'll do it like this. Product UI. Or probably we can put it in the product page. Product page just renders a product component, right? It renders this one with the provider. How's the stream? Stream is healthy. Okay. I believe you, YouTube. All my hands is the main attraction, I guess, of my camera. Okay, stop this and let's think. So, if we have this, we probably need to make another product. Maybe not product UI, maybe I need to just to make a sub package in a product module. Come on, let's call it packages product title. No, product meta. JSON. Copy this. Put the product meta and link its dependency. So as far as I know, there is a npm package npm js.com scandi pwa cli. Is there one? No, there is not, because it's called scandi pwa cli. Yes, and this is what I will install myself. Like this. Docs, create app. Let me just refresh what I remember, because I don't remember how to use this CLI tool correctly. Create component, create route, extension, create. Extension install. what it does, it can install accessories without enabling it. Local module, use version, save def. Okay, Scandi. Now I need to move to the product and call Scandi extension install Scandi PWA product meta, and we'll say that it's local. Just it. No, just Scandi PWA, I guess. And you want a path, I guess. Yes. Oh no, I need just to install it like this. No. Interesting. Okay, let's create one. Extension create meta. No. Fine. Let's make it another module, I guess, then. We don't have anything left for this. Product meta. Let's name it after our product. Yeah, I'm too bored for about this. Copy this there. Product UI. And here we go. So src component product. Let's call it product title dot component dot js. Make another one. Do I need another one? No, I need just index.js. Yeah, right. Default as product title from component, and also I need to put another directory, which I forgot to do. Title and move inside. Okay, now let's make another directory. No, let's make another file that we will plug in into, where we will define where we want to plug in into, where we want to plug in our components in on the product page, I guess. Plugin product title dot no product product dot plugin, just like this. Okay, and we want to plug into the product component. So we copy this, go here, export default, our path to the component, then member property, add the product content and const add product content, exactly content, and let me refresh myself. Yes, this one, and okay, where was the category plugin? No, still the same. Okay, let's, I guess, just console log this. I don't know. And we also need to enable this in our blank theme. So copy this. What the fuck is this external? No. I don't need here. I need this. And I need to enable this as an extension. CD blank theme yarn and yarn dev. Oh no. I need to return the value. Right. Return content. Yeah. Sorted render map add item. Yeah, correct. So here I need to put my component, which I will create just now. Product title extends pure component export default product component product title component pure component. What do you want from me? Port React this shit. Okay, put a render there, a return. Right, static context. Now how I should consume my context. Context type here, right? Context type product context that should be imported from there, which we can write like this, and get context value, return this context, and with JStalk we will write that we want to return our React context type of product context. Bam. Const value this get context value, and here is our product. So here we want to write it like this. Let's give it a title and write here product.name. Yes. Okay, let's do it like more stupid, I guess, than this context. Not stupid, but a little bit differently. So here we write the type that we want to that product to be in. Same thing. So where is my, yeah, right, I haven't added it there. Content, add item. Correct. Add item. And I forgot how to do this correctly. Like this. Okay, I see. Layout position. Render product title. Product title config.js, because I need to define my key. Product title key product title. Let's do it like this. And now import it there. And put my below component here. What do you want from me? Come on. Come on. Like this. Layout position. I don't think I need this property here. Am I correct? Item is not a function. You want to be a function. Hey. Bam. That's a win for now. We successfully put out our product title, product name. So, what else do we have on our product? Where is my postman? Postman, come back. I need ya. What the fog? What is going on? Postman, where are you? How did? Come on. Layout, move to desktop. Huh. Yeah, boy, I got you. So, what else of the data we have here? Delivery time, tax ID, manufacturer ID, SEO category. Right, we can put out a category breadcrumbs. Probably. Oh, we can just try. I guess. And also we have here their paths. Huh. Come on, come on. Translated name accessories. Delivery time, category 3. Texas, cover. Yeah. So now we can also add a media, our media for the product. So we can see what is it actually. The media have thumbnails, the main URL, small thumbnails, big thumbnails, super small thumbnails. Huh. Okay, let's do it. Product media. Product media dot component .js. Product media dot config .js and index.js.
Where is Yegor?
He went out to eat a lunch. Okay, product media extends pure component. Will you give me my pure component? No, you won't, so I guess I have to import it. Like this. Then static context type is product context. And here we can render our media. So to render our media, we need to also add another method here that will handle, I guess, different images. So we want to get, for now, just a base image. So this one, which should be the biggest one. I'm not sure. No, it's not. It's just a preview, I guess. Okay, then we need to get this thumbnail. Render thumbnail. Const this context. And of course we will do it like this. Yeah, probably the ideal will be to make a method that will return a context with type, so I don't have to write types every time. But the problem is that there is a ESLint rules, but I can just disable them, I guess. Get thumbnail URL. Also, thumbnails should have sizes, but there is only width and height, so it's not an option for us. Whatever. Get context value. Return this context, which returns React context type of product context. And screw you. Bam. const this, get context value, and here are our types. Tab 9, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Media. What is wrong with you? It thinks that media is a string. Media is a media type that we can import. Yes. So those dirty types get me the dirty things. Okay, render thumbnail return. We got our thumbnail from the context. Return image src. Let's get the biggest thumbnail. Const thumbnails. Now, how do I do this? I need to filter all the thumbnails. No, I need to sort them. Yeah, right, sort them. I need to sort them and just get last one. Now, thumbnails dot sort A and B, A dot width minus B dot width, and just pop it. Let's do it like this. URL alt. There is alt. No. Why there is no alt? Because it wants to have aria. I guess aria label. Thumbnail. No. Right, I need to get it from media, I guess. Yeah, right. And probably from the translation. Just the title. Image title. Should be enough. Okay, and here we return our, let's just make a wrapper, and here this render thumbnail. So our component is ready. Need to write additional stuff to properly use it then. Product media from component. Here export const product media key. Product media. And we can add it here. Meta add product UI. Let's do it like this because we have a lot of components coming up, so we will have to add them here. I guess I don't want to create each new plugin for each component, so this will be a lot of mess. Product media. Product media key, which you should import by yourself, which you don't want to do for some reason. this one, this one. Come on, keyboard. Okay. How is our server leaves up. Default product media was not found. Yeah, right, I haven't exported it here. Export default. I mean, personally, I don't use default exports because it's very hard to track them, plus your editor won't import it but automatically. You need to write imports manually, which is not very convenient. You know. Thumbnails is a null. Are they really a null? Let's return their null and just console log this get context value. Let's see what we have here and what could go wrong. Cover is okay. Yeah, right, so there is no media type because it's inside the cover. Okay, what this is doing there then, I have no idea. Let's adjust our types then, like this, then like this, then like this, then uncomment all of these, and yeah, now it's correct one. Now it should be good enough. No. Image, you don't know this component, you want img. Bam! Here is our image component. It's huge, of course, but we can do it like this and get small one. Nice. Okay, now let's make a price component then. Should be easy. Product price. Product price component.js. 1 second. I'm back. Index.js product price.config.js, and let's make our class component for the product. instance pure componente, and also export the default. Static context type product context. Let's consume it here. Copy our below method with typings, and then make a render method. So in render we will make another wrapper, put their div and this render price. For a render price we will make this construction, this not props but get context value product, and there should be a field as a calculated prices, I guess. Let me see its type. Okay, is it correct one? Calculated. Yes, it's correct type in the response, but is it correct type in actual API? Let me check real quick. Calculated price. Where are you? Yeah, it just says array. Okay, we don't trust this. We will use calculated price. This one. Okay. Let's compare it with what we have here. Number, total price, list price. What is list price? No one knows. Reference price, no one knows. API alias. Okay, then let's adjust it to API base and remove this one. Okay, calculate price. Let's get our total price and just return it in a span, I guess. We'll be using inline component for inline element for this. Total price. Done. Export counts product price key. Product price, and import it here the same way as before. Okay, we need to copy this one there. We'll do it like this, like this, like this, and like this. Now what's going on? Something is dead, but got object where I could go with object. Total price is a number, isn't it? console log total price. No, it's not. Fuck me, I forgot. Exports there. Default as product price. Yeah, everything is correct. Now, with price we also need to get our currency. So, is there a currency thing? Unit tax. Who knows? Tax rate, product, calculated price. Let's see our taxes. Tax ID, tax rate. All right. So I guess taxes currency we can get from our context, which should be global. Page props euro. Where can I get them? I know that Yegors should have been working on this. Yegors,
Hi,
welcome back. I'm okay. Actually, I already made 3 components for product type, image, and price. And with the price, I also need the currency. I need to get this currency somewhere.
What's your question? How to get the currencies?
Yes, I guess they're allocated in the context.
I don't think that we have them for now. If you didn't do that, but I did not implement that. But I know that you can get them somewhere, probably here. Yeah, fetch currencies.
Fetch currencies.
And you may put this into the same context that currently stores. You know what? Put it just somewhere for now. I will work on refactoring how the global contexts work, and you will need to rework part of your logic later on anyways, so just get them in the similar manner as we get the countries and the salutations. You may store them in the same place for now, and use from the same place. See whether it works.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's get our currency then. Currency module. Or just don't give a fuck. I'll do it. Currency. Did I spell it wrong? No, it's all correct. So our currency module will have a package.json, of course, which I should copy like this, put it like this. Currency. We will not have any dependencies here, neither extensions, but we will make just the context, I guess. What is going on? Yes. src context currency.context.js. For our currency context, we also need an API and with the request and the types. Currency.request.js and currency.type.dts. For our currency request, we will copy it from product request, I guess. But we will need only one request endpoint. Also, they have request body with different parameters. Probably I should also respect them, because why not? Okay. Then we will be reducing this one. They have a limit, default 10, as well as a page. Okay, get currency. Yes, and put it currency type, currency result. Done, pretty much. Okay. As for the currency result, it says it's an elements object with different params, but I have just an array there of different currencies. Interestingly, why? Maybe because I don't have what schema in the row. Let's say it's page 1 with limit 10, just for the test. No, it's still the same array, so I guess this doesn't matter much. We will just return a currency with the type array. Now to need to write this type. Let's do it through this plugin that gave me something to work with already, so I don't have to write with myself. Let's do it like this. Also, probably I need to make a type package with some utility type, base types, because I don't really want to copy these, and even these types through the every package, so it will be consistent. Yeah, that's a good idea. Another module incoming. It will be types with src typings /index.s, and so here are below types that we need to export properly. Yes, and we also no, come back. Wait a second. I need to return my files from the trash bin. this one. This doesn't happen very often, but when it happens, it not very pleasant experience. Also, probably there is an extensions. Yeah, right. So I can also cut this one and put it here because it's also a shared type. We can populate our types and delete this, make it an export. And also I want to make a package.json so we can symlink them correctly. This one goes there. It's not an extension, there should be nothing basically. We just need an empty package.json. Like this should be enough. So now what should I do is to import it here as a dependency. As well as in a currency module. So yarn again. And here we go. Version ID is a string. And it's always null for some reason here, which is very strange. It's also utility type, so we probably not need to share it or something. I don't know. Let's remove it then. Updated at created at AP alias. We need to do it like extends API base with date and import it from our types package. Also, I can define a default export here, so we can ensure that our types comes from package itself, not from package file structure. Yes. Custom fields. Fuck you, I guess. Not sure. Yes, I need to put it also here. Shipping method prices. What is this option do? What they say here? Nothing. Why is that so? I have no idea. Okay. Tax 3 form. Also no everywhere. Guess it's a string then. we need also to copy this translated enormously to have correct translated fields. And import extensions. Phew, that's a lot of types, but this should be a correct use of them. Now if we go to currency request, we will see our type, and if we go to context, we also need to populate the context, right? Product context. Let's just copy these two files, I guess. Delete this file, wait for it to lag, and we can continue our refactoring of the copy code. Currency context, currency provider. So currency context will have a currency field which will point to currency type with a currency type inside. The problem is that currencies are actually an array of currencies. Okay, let's put an array there. Currencies, and it's default to an array. Let's rename our context currency to be currency context, have the same name, and rename it here, currency context, currency provider, which is provider, currencies. No, let's put it like an array of currency actually. I've made my mind. It's with the type of prop types that array of product prop type shape is required. That's it. We don't need this. We need just our currency from the prop types. Props currency. Done. Okay. Now we have our currencies. We need to inject them at the top, I guess. It should be in global context or somewhere else. Maybe Yegors can help me. Yegors. Yegors. Not responding. Guess we need to reboot them. Anyway, now we have our currency module. Let's put it somewhere where it will be useful. For example, since it should be a global module, no, I guess I have to move in a different branch than currency from master. What do you want from me? Blank theme package JSON. You don't like it, I like it, but we can't be together. Okay, let's pull our master first. Git, no, not here. Git pull origin master for some updates. It's up to date. Okay, let's make our currency branch from master and add currency module. Done. Let's move back to our product module. Put it like this. Run yarn. Let's see what it will say to me. Also, I want to check my speed, which is currently 0. If I do it like this, it works the same. Very nice. Yegors, look, I have no Ethernet module and Ethernet cable anymore, and the stream works just fine, which is absolutely great. Now I can charge my laptop. Finally. Here we go. Now we're charging also. What I was doing is it doesn't like that there is no more extensions. Yes, because I need to also install a dependency to our types and run yarn. And now it should say to me that I'm okay. No. No. How is that possible? From scan PWA types. Let's import our types. Done. Let's format them, and here we are. Let's review our landing sim. Now they're in a separate branch. Framework, nothing interesting. CMS type. Okay. Let's see what we have after all. Still the same page. Okay. Where's my product? Here's my product. Cover ID, cheapest price container, gross net. Wow. Streams, description, meta title. Right. So we can add more translatable things here, like this, and some of them are null, but it's expected because we have a question mark right there, so should be no problem. Come on. Keywords, name, meta description, meta title. Okay, there's all fields. What is next? I made some sort of UI. Now we probably can style it, which will be great to look at. Here's my product. Let's add another dependency, which actually will be an extension, right, which we should call material UI and types for them, which are named like this. And enable this as an extension. Now let's go to our component. No, not in product UI, not in product, but in product UI. Right. So cut it from here, put it there, same, again yarn. Again yarn, because I forgot to remove it from the package. And now we can go to, let's say, product title and wrap it in not h1. Also, let's remove it from there. Let me make some adjustments to this one. Fuck you. This get context value. Much better. Now not in h1 but in typography component. How it's called, I forgot. Let me open material UI. Yeah, virtual model UI. Yes, like this. And close it. Now let's run our dev server and see what we got here. Bam! Our title is now in typography component, which we can customize because it's fully typed. Let's say it's one H1. We have H1. Let's say it's a caption. Now it's a caption. But what actually we need is H3, I guess. Yes, because H1 will be the... I'm not sure. I'm not a semantic guy, not sure how to correctly. So for product page, we have different H elements. H1, H2, H3, they have different semantics, and screen readers reads them from H1 to H6. So the main H component then should be H1 for the product title. But it's huge. Okay. Then we need
You can also Google that. It's okay to search for the information while we're on stream.
Indeed. We can pass the class name, I guess, then. Product title. Does it have it now? No, I talk shit. That's unfortunate. Probably we'll need to add this prop. I can make it right now. Then let's open our typography component. Here are insights. There is not a lot. Probably we'll need to disable ESLint namespace magic comments for DTS files, which have only declaration, not actual source code. Okay, here I want to add a class name prop, class name prop, which should be a string, And inside an implementation, we can go here. This is weird, but whatever. And here's, oh no, there's already exists this class name. Okay, then fuck it. This class name says that it's type my MIUI typography H1. No, just typography H1. So if I change it here, it to the body, I'll get typography body. But I want H1. Let's add some styles, shall we? Or should not we? That's a good question. I guess screw it, let it be as huge as possible. What else of the components do we have here? Typography, theme provider, link, input text, select radio checkout, field button, accordion. Okay. So next to the price, I guess. We render our price inside this method, but actually we can do it like this. And make it in typography. Typography type, which will be caption. With a child of total price. Done. Yeah, let's hard code it. What a weird formatting. Why must it be placed on the new line? I have no idea, so I will disable it. Okay. We've made some UI for the product. Probably I can make breadcrumbs for it, because our product type actually have them inside the SEO section, as far as I remember. Let me check real fast. SEO category URLs. SEO category. It's an object which I have a wrong type of. Okay, let's make a new one. SEO category. custom fields. Extends API base with date. Yes. Yes. And also custom fields. Let's put there at CMS page. Let's delete translated. We need to adjust this one. And adjust typings again. For the translatable fields. Breadcrumb is actually an array. Probably I need to inherit a type. Somehow inherit a type. Yeah, that's a good question. Damn, I can just pass all my interface in there and make a very powerful tool, since I already import everything here. Exclude, and even without a key off. Yeah. Extends. Let's do it like this. And in key off T and T P, which should be inheriting its type. Yeah. Let me check how this worked out. Translated, and yeah boy, this is all wrong. Yeah, because I need to also make an extract type here of extraction of this one. Extract different types are assignable to you. It should be translatable fields. Type parameter P has a circular constraint. Alright, I put the wrong type there. What do you want from me? Why cannot it be used? Now we're diving deep in the debris of TypeScript, which is not bad. It just takes some time to figure out what's wrong. Maybe I can put it in generic. Hue is this is very strange. It's gone. Where it's gone? What's going on? Something just died, and I don't know what it is. This. Again, where was this extract? Okay, it wants extract this and translatable fields. Now it looks okay. Let me check. And indeed, it is just fine. Very good. We just won the fight of types. Nice. Next. Translated fields, and let's put a SEO category in there. SEO URLs. I guess I'll need to check the type with a result there. As list a single product. Let's find our SEO URLs. Yes, here's our object. Which is not a category. and we initially wanted to use it here. Yes. Also, I can populate my sheet, which I wanted to do but forgot. Description, new tab. Link type, external link, internal, yeah. As well as keywords, which I already have here. Okay. Breadcrumb, right. Should be good enough. Actually, SEO URLs should be an object, which I don't have one yet. And which we can type just fine. Extends this one, don't have a custom fields, yes. ID string, sales channel ID string, language ID string, foreign key string, route name string, path string, SEO path info string is canonical with a boolean, is modified boolean, is deleted boolean, URL is a string, it has custom fields though, and that's it. We can put it in its place. Correct. Translations. What is translations? Who knows? We have 3 viewers already. Wow, we're growing that fast. Okay, I made a SEO category. What I was doing it for correctly, to have a product with its SEO data, so I can have breadcrumbs. And also maybe paths for those categories, which looks like should be retrieved from this path property. So 3 or 4 Yeah, 3 requests at least. Requests additional. Yeah. Okay. Product price, product title, and let's make our product breadcrumbs. Now product category. Product bread. Okay, whatever. Let it be product breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs. Product breadcrumb. Actually. Let's have copy this here. Product breadcrumb. No, I don't want to update it. Breadcrumb key product. Render bread crumbs. Render breadcrumbs. And a single breadcrumb. Which should be just a string of type string. So we need to get our breadcrumbs. So they are located in SEO category. Breadcrumb. Not here, but here. Yes. And put it inside Li element. And render it just like this. Here we want to make probably a div to take all the space, aside an UL element, and inside it render breadcrumbs. Render no, for each. Exactly, we need to map our breadcrumb to this render breadcrumb. Yes, and also do it like this. What's wrong? Okay. Let's copy this one. What is wrong with you? No, I don't want to place it on your line. Thanks. Now we need to adjust our imports there and plug in it into our member item. Breadcrumb key. just like this. Start our dev server and look at the result. No. Check the top level render calling using UL. React warning keys. Ah, right, I haven't added a key. That's a mistake. No way. How is this possible? Set the style. Oh. How many options? Okay, let's save. Display. And also need to disable styling, default styling, how it is done. I don't remember. Who else? Style list. Yeah, list style type. So method list. Style type. None. Here's our breadcrumbs. Don't have spaces between them. Because I haven't added them. Let's add a margin. Right. As 1 rem. Not too much. 0.5 rem. At least something. Okay, and also I need to adjust rendering. It. Put it on top. Probably just like this. Yes. Let's remove unnecessary div here. Here's our beautiful URL, which have for some reason got padding 40. That I didn't expect. Haven't expect. Whatever. Bum. Also, probably I can wrap it into a link, because if I go into accessories tab, I should get page not found. Because we don't have categories. It should be a category. Prompt ID. Let me get a category somewhere. Category ID. Get. And yes, I indeed have it, but it's a summer trends when I need accessories because it has a different ID. Right. So this one, and it also have the same CMS page. Where is our CEO? CEO is here. Front-end customer. Here do we have category? No, we have detail, which is a product. A lot of products. But where can I get a category? That's a good question. Okay, let's say I have a category summer trends. I want summer trends. Which URL should I go to get it? This is a good question. CMS page, ID. It's a landing page. Right. It's not a category, it's actually a landing. And I don't have a landing here. Because I have it in a different branch. I have two breadcrumbs. So now if I may move to landing branch, what do you want from me? Product packages on theme. No, product packages on I need to stage. I first need to make another branch, I guess, types, and add my types to it. Fuck. Okay. Let's say hue and hue go to hell, and I make another branch, call it master, and add types module and upload it. Now I need to pull it to my product branch, git all origin types, okay. Now I need to also enable here a product UI. Enable product UI, and what I wanted to do is what I wanted to do, landing, yeah, right, landing. Actually I can just pull it from landing branch since I already have it there. Git origin landing. No. Probably need to ask Alfreds about this. No, right, I need to pull it to master branch since I already have it in master. Okay, where is my blank theme? JSON stage. Let's move it to the landing. Oh, let's move it to master. 48 comments. Wow. What happened there? Yarn log someone committed. Now there is still no landing, which is not cool. Yeah, not sure. Okay, I will take a break for about 10 minutes. Need to get some stuff and just a small break to clear my thoughts. Okay, we'll be back soon. And we are back online. Okay, where did I stop? I stopped where I was. Else I need to commit this because I'm too bored to every time edit this piece of shit. Enable. No, first we need to add the product UI then. I said product UI and the product UI module, and then enable product UI module. Excellent. Update product types, and that should be pretty much it. So I don't need to request to the page because we are not using page. Okay, excellent, excellent. What else can I say? So now if I run dev server, I will see that we have our product page with product breadcrumbs, title, image, which throws me an error, but whatever. Yeah, interesting. It chosen on the server image size of 400, but on the client 800. Interesting. Why is that? Let's see what's inside thumbnails. What the fuck? Length 0. Length 2. I only have 1. What? And on the back end I have all 3 of them. Network. There is nothing. Oh right, probably I need to use an Next.js image for this. Next image. Yes, there is that. Let's see. Put it here. Replace this one. Let's see our result. Fuck. Everything broke. Right, I have a width property and height property. Oh, CDN hostname CDN Shopware store is not configured under images in your Next.js config.js. This is not good. So to configure this, I guess I have to go in Mosaic Next.js scripts, src next config, and configure it there. Okay. CDN scan dpwa Shopware store. Shopware store. Run again. And prop src still doesn't match. Why? You don't love me. Maybe it wants the biggest picture. Who knows? No. What? Yegors. Now it has chosen the picture of 80, 80, 800, 800. What the fuck is going on? Next.js data fetching. Get static props. Hmm. No idea. I don't really see any reason for it to behave like it behaves. Hmm. So image doesn't have styles. Yegors, do you have some time? Do you have some time? I noticed a very strange behavior with data in the props of the product.
What's up?
Okay, as you can see, I have a product here and it has a cover right here with thumbnails. So there is three pictures. One is a medium size, big size and small size. Now if I go here, I have 400 by 400, so small size picture. If I reload the page, it picks 800 by 800, and I have no idea why, because it the same.
How does it pick? Where does this
And
happen?
on the server, as you can see, it picks the biggest picture.
How do you render that? So you have an image, and you put an src there, right?
Yes.
And where does this? How is it determined? Thumbnail. You sort it,
Yes.
and then you pick the last one.
Which should be the biggest one, and on the server, it's the biggest one.
I advise you to use a kind of a new feature. It's new for me. Maybe it's not new actually. It's called picture HTML tag, and basically this thing allows you to put all of your sources within one tag. It's called picture, and you put several sources in it, and the one to render is automatically determined by the browser. So basically you put source with this media query, min width 800. You can put one more with min width, for example, full HD 1920. And if none of these sources work for your browser, the one used is this one, image tag, which kinda is the fallback one. You might need to rewrite the image component for this, but that's how it's done commonly now.
Problem is, if I put a log here for all thumbnails,
Yep.
and hide this one, and go to the page and press reload, I have all my pictures on the server, all
Yeah,
3 of them,
Right.
but on the client is only 2, and when I open them there is only 1 picture. I have no idea why. And this is the main problem currently.
And I also want to notice that this one is small and the rendered one is
Big one.
big.
Yes.
So that's nonsense. Basically, what I'm assuming what happens is that this is apparently, of course, this happens on the server. So
Yes.
sometime the thumbnail is actually rendered by Next.js on the server side. And then this markup is transported to the client side. And probably some props are getting butchered, but I'm not sure why. So basically you get the product from the context, and then from the cover media thumbnails, you get the thumbnail on the client. Let's see what you have in that context here on the client side. Where will we get context value in the what? In the product context. So we need the product provider. Product provider. And let's see what we have in the product here. How was a cover media thumbnails? Cover media thumbnails. And we actually do have only one here. What happens? I have no idea neither. Where's this fetched? Where does this product come from?
This product should come from here, of course.
From the product request. And by product ID, we fetch it and we return it. And where is this triggered? In the product context, probably in the product provider, I assume.
Yes.
Where is it set? I see where it's like passed forward.
Should be right here.
No, it's get from the context here. I'm interested in the place where it's getting fetched.
CMS product maybe.
Let's see the usages of this thing. So let's close this. We're gonna keep this. Let's close everything else actually. And let's this one was the one to fetch the product, right? Get product by ID. So we can
Yes.
check the usages and we'll see that this happens in the product entity request here. Here it is being retrieved. And let's oh my god, where is it? Get server side props. So the product is always fetched on the server. It's always fetched on the server. And this one is the one that's fetched on the server and it's passed to the client by Next.js. And we see that it's set as the product property of this get server side props function. So I may, bless you,
Thanks.
I may make an assumption that something either overwrites this or is getting truncated within the transportation process, but I'm sure that that's not the case because it would be a disaster in terms of data flow of Next.js. As far as I can see.
Who knows?
I don't think that something's
I
getting...
can try implementing this picture element and pass all sizes of the thumbnail in there.
But you have only one thumbnail of the client.
No, there's 3 pictures, different sizes.
Oh, you want to do that on the
yes,
server?
and
Well, you may, yes.
Maybe it's truncated by Next.js because I use only one picture, but it selects the wrong picture because I sort them to pass to the client.
I think that for the moment, trying to implement this picture tag on the backend and using it on the front end might help us without even bringing the trouble of dealing with the data flow of Next.js. So we might take this path and see what happens.
Okay,
Very good.
and here we go again. So we want to render all thumbnails. Render thumbnail and make a method to render one thumbnail. Which we will also type as React dot context type of product context and product cover media thumbnail but only one, so I need just to import a thumbnail there. just like this. And here, pass, copy this one here. Also, probably there's a unique identifier that we can copy, or just an ID. Key, thumbnail, .id. Okay. I still want to use an alternative title. But it looks like tag attributes. It doesn't have them. It has it only on the okay. Okay. Then we will have a return picture. God damn it. And here thumbnails map, render thumbnail without a title. Also I need to point to this, and here we will put an image with src of thumbnails. Well, first, okay, thumbnails dot, probably last one, because it looks like it puts the smallest picture to the last position. Okay, length -1 dot URL const small thumbnail. Dot width, same with height, and alt will be just title. Let's see what we've got here. And we got death. Cannot read property ID of undefined. Huh. Why is that so? Oh. Right. So you want me to use a source. Okay, what's Next.js says about this? Один optimize set device sizes. Okay. What the fuck? I have no idea what's going on. Oh, we need to wrap it up soon. Right, I'm being an idiot as always. Forgot to update the method. Okay. Let's see what our components say. Not here. Product provider. Product. Cover. Media. Thumbnails. Yes. Jagors. I was right. Next indeed cuts the props that we don't use, and when I put all the sizes in there through that picture element, everything worked.
Well, that's shocking.
Indeed.
But, okay. Yeah. Optimizes the bundle size, I guess, but I did not expect that.
Yes. And I have a strong feeling that we should end the stream.
Why so?
Don't know.
You tired?
I'm tired.
Then let's end it.
Yeah.
Feel welcome to do so. Just say goodbye to our dear viewers and
Okay, I guess I also need to commit all I have done.
of course.
Also need to add my UI with types because I forgot to do it before. Probably in a different branch first. Yeah. Let's push everything that I got here. UI from master. What do you want from me? You got a piece of shit. Product media, breadcrumb, okay. Fix rendering of an product thumbnail. Now switch branch to UI. What else? Yarn lock. Of course, yarn lock. Add the UI modules. We add the UI module. Okay, should be enough. Go to product, pool, git pool, right, UI, more files. Oh no, what have I done? Yes, no return here. Let's check that everything works. Come on. Yay! Now we have even more contexts. Nice. Okay, guys. I think that's it for today. Not done much, but very important stuff. Now we can actually see some part of our application, at least products. Next, I think we will be working on the landing pages UI for landing pages, and integrating them with the products, since those accessories, summer trends that comes in our breadcrumbs are actually a landing pages that we can go on and have our first navigation or on our website. No, kinda. Yes. Then I will finish it. Do you want to say goodbye, Yegors?
Yes.
Thank you guys for watching our streams. Have a nice whatever it's left of the day that you have in your country, and goodbye. See you on our next stream.
Goodbye.
I was rushing in the wrong direction because it's a weird camera is on the keyboard.